Hello, everybody, and welcome to another late night Purblind Gamer stream. I realized about 30 seconds before the countdown was over. Oh, wait, I forgot to do that thing where I pretend to read something, and it's totally different from what I'm saying at the start of stream. Yeah. Must be distracted or something. But I hope everybody is having a good week. Doesn't feel like Wednesday. Feels like a day in a different week, if that makes any sense. And, oh, sorry you had a busy day. Great White Knoll, and are worn out. I've been dealing with our office computer giving more trouble, and whether we are going to have to write that off as lost and salvage all the files and get a new computer, which is always a pain. Trying to find budget office computers quickly. And yeah, I don't know much about computers. I'm like reading up on processors, and I'm like, i5 processor is better than i7, but there are different generations, and some have more cores than others, and are we sure that i7 isn't some form that the IRS wants me to fill out? And then we get into RAM, and so many things. Yeah, after a certain point, like, yeah, if I don't have someone advising me of buying a computer, which, yeah, I do pretty much never, ever. And I'm just like, is that a good amount of RAM? Is that a good amount of hard drive? Is that a good processor? Is that a good GPU? Anyway, at least if it's not a gaming PC, you don't need a GPU. Heck, I don't think you even need a CPU. Nah, you probably do. So, yeah, agreed. That's what's going on in my life and just other work-related stuff. But, oh yeah, so that I forgot. I preempted streaming the SHIVAH on Sunday because we're going to get hit by that there hurricane. I thought it'd be better to play Doom 2 in case I lost power in the middle of stream. Well, we didn't lose power, and it ended up not really being that bad. It was, a good amount of rain for a while. I know you could hear some of it during my stream. And then water, some standing water in the yard. I always like the rain. And the lights flickered a couple times, but we didn't lose power. And yeah, that was the hurricane. I know other parts of the city flooded. Apparently the big baseball stadium flooded. Or at least the parking lot did, which was... My boss said that was surprising, because it's up on a hill, or somewhat raised ground. And I'm like, well, I haven't been to a baseball game since I was like... A professional baseball game since I was like 10. And that was hundreds of miles away, so I can't really comment on whether your baseball stadium floods. But yeah, I'm glad it wasn't, bad. And we didn't lose power or flood or anything like that. And now everything's back to normal. And we won't get any rain for months, probably. Well, that's not so nice. Oh, and thank you to everybody who came out to my last couple of streams. On Sunday, we continued Doom 3. And on Saturday, we played a couple of Storm-themed games for Short Horror Saturday. And tonight, we're finally going to play the SHIVAH, which is the first title by Wadjet Eye Gaes. I realized I didn't... they don't sell the original anymore. They only sell the remake. Kind of like I think they do with the first Blackwell game now. I was lucky I had the DVD-ROM. And they did sell the SHIVAH on CD-ROM, I believe, but they discontinued it a long time ago, and it was primarily sold online. So we'll be playing the remaster, the kosher edition, they call it. And yeah, if it's even half as good as the Blackwell series, I'll be happy. But I think it will be. I know it had a lot of good reviews and yeah, won some awards. And yeah, I like Dave Gilbert's writing and characters. Because we don't have many more announcements. I was going to say I mailed the games that were won in the game giveaways on the special stream. I guess it was weekend before last. Wow. And I think not many people won games in the game giveaways, though. The game giveaways really haven't been so popular. Yeah, enough about my life. Let's start up the game. Made in the wonderful Adventure Game Studio. Excuse me, I've played a lot of games made in AGS over the last couple of years since I started streaming. Not a lot. I mean, probably more than any other system other than Unity. A goy came up to Rabbi Moshe to ask, "Why do rabbis always answer with a question?" To which Rabbi Moshe replied, "Why not?" The night sky above Manhattan will never win any awards. Yeah, that's it, the remaster Great White Doll. Right, pork free. The few stars visible looked lonely and desperate. I could relate. Sometimes the line between salvation and damnation is a mighty fine one. I no longer knew which side I stood on. There are those who would say that I had no business being here. They might be right. I'm no longer sure what I'm doing. But I'm fairly sure I know who I am. I need to turn down the music a hair. You don't? No. It was literally capturing. God, maybe because it captured when I started in full screen and went to windowed, but when I started in windowed, it didn't capture. Does that make any sense? And hey, Captain Thaco, how are you doing? Right, gotcha. Let's see, which source was it capturing through? Peculiar. That's okay, this should be an easy fix. There we go. It was mostly it was just text on the blank screen and then text over the intro. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. turn down. I guess actually, while I'm paused, let me bring up Riva Tutor and limit the frames. Just to help it, everything runs slightly smoother. There. Now, oh, I can make that a little bigger, can't I? That. Yeah, I don't want to cover too much of the screen. There we go. It began, as many things do, with a song.
Adon olam asher malach b'terem kol yitzir nivra lied nasav chelso kol atzai melech shemo nikra.
His final note faded off into the near-empty synagogue, unheard by anyone. As I had hundreds of times before this, I got ready to speak. And, as I had hundreds of times before this, I began to wonder why.
Thank you, Cantor Kaplan. Today in my sermon, I'd like to discuss suffering. Why do bad things happen to good people? Wherever there is pain or oppression or poverty, the question is always the same. How could God let this happen? Is God as good as we think? Can he, in fact, do evil? Maybe, on occasion, he even enjoys inflicting pain. I
took a good hard look around my world.
And
then, it hit me.
No. I can't do this. I'm sorry.
Rabbi?
You heard.
Huh? What?
Go home, Mrs. Raymer.
Is it over already?
Yeah.
Rabbi Stone, wait! You can't just stop.
Sure I can. Just watch me.
But
It's over, Josh.
you can't mean that.
Look, you're a good kid. You've got a good voice and a good future. Don't let me hold you back. Now do a mitzvah and call Mrs. Raymer a cab. Goodbye, Josh.
Ethical dilemmas have plagued religious leaders since the dawn of time. But morals don't mean crap without the personal experiences to back them up. Yeah. Nice, it's like doing one of those things where it doesn't give you the exact response, it just gives you the style. Enjoy that. Sometimes it's not obvious. Right, critical.
Services are canceled. Leave me alone.
Pretty straightforward.
Leave me alone, I said. I repeat, services are canceled.
Yeah. consistent.
Go away. Fine, I'm coming.
A business card and a Yiddish dictionary.
I thought I told you to go home.
Rabbi Stone, there's someone here.
Tell him to get lost. There's no service tonight.
No, it's a cop.
Huh?
Oh.
Detective Sam Durkin, Midtown South Precinct.
Hey!
Could I talk to you for a few minutes, Rabbi Stone?
Oh, wow. That's so cool. He becomes a recurring character in the later Blackwell series games. Detective Jerkin. Rabbinical response.
Is there some sort of problem, officer?
I'd just like to ask you a few questions.
Fine. Josh,
Yeah.
take a hike.
Shared universe.
So, what can I do for you? I assume you're not here to convert.
Are you familiar with a Mr. Jack Lauder?
Should I be?
I'm asking the questions, Rabbi.
Fine. Let me think. Lauder. Oh.
You know him.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about him?
He used to belong to this congregation.
Used to, but not anymore?
No. Left about 8 years ago, I think. What's this about?
Have you had any contact with him since?
No, I haven't. Care to fill me in here?
Do you read the papers?
Who has the time?
So, you're not aware, Rabbi Stone, that Jack Lauder has been dead for 3 days?
Again, that's the opening quote was letting us know that a rabbinical answer is answering with another question. I did my best to control myself, though I knew this man's type. His eyes scanned my face like a barcode reader, trying to read every telltale sign of emotion. Any flicker, any twitch could be used against me later.
No.
Does that bother you?
Should it?
Answer me, Stone.
No.
So, you and Mr. Lauder weren't close?
No, we weren't. What's the deal, Durkin?
I've seen Lauder's will. He left you a significant amount of money.
He did what?
You heard.
How much?
I don't have the exact amount, but somewhere in excess of 10,000.
Bull.
It's the truth.
Jack wouldn't give me bubkiss, let alone $10,000.
And why is that, Rabbi Stone?
He just wouldn't.
Huh.
Durkin's always so deadpan.
This temple's in pretty sad shape, isn't it, Rabbi?
Well, you're not blind, that's for sure.
Can you afford the repairs?
Do I look like I can afford it?
I'm just asking.
Oh, you're just asking. Well, I'm going to ask you to leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Rabbi Stone,
Get out of my office.
listen.
No, you listen. I know where this is going, and I don't like it.
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, you're a real mensch. Get out of here.
Fine. I'll leave, Rabbi Stone. But I'll be back.
Yeah, I bet you will.
They always are. Pushy detectives.
Putz.
The rain beat an irregular staccato rhythm against the window. But I could only hear one thing. Jack Lauder. Jack Lauder. Gray, I know when I first heard it, I was thinking that. Sounds a little bit like him, but then I thought maybe it's just because I'm playing a Blackwell game, so I'm not a Wadjet Eye game. I wonder. Let me listen. Or he could be some other, voice actor. A name pulled out a cork in my brain, letting loose old thoughts and memories that fought and struggled for supremacy. Jack Lauder. It was more than just a name. It was a link to a time when things were simpler. A time when I thought I had it all figured out. A time when morals and ethics meant something. A time before it all turned to crap.
I need to think.
Rabbi Russell Stone. Can you guys tell exactly what this cursor is supposed to be? I know the, wait or loading cursor is like a Star of David, but I don't know about this one. Oh, this is useful. Yeah, that'd be my guess, Great White Knoll. Oops. Josh picked this computer up at a local yard sale. He said it would revolutionize my life. That hadn't happened yet, but I wasn't holding my breath. Josh set this computer up a few weeks ago. He claimed I needed to join the 21st century and connect with the community. Josh had been bugging me to start using it. I suppose now was as good a time as any. If only I could remember what Josh chose as my login and password. Do you even need a login and password on your personal computer? A color photograph of Benai Ben Zion Youth Group picnic. It was taken over 15 years ago. Most of those kids probably had families of their own by now. I had come across this quote some years ago and had decided to have it printed and mounted on the wall. It read, "His statistics are right. The Jews constitute but 1% of the human race. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust, lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. Mark Twain, 1899. Certificate of Rabbinical Studies. This is to clarify that Russell Elijah Stone has been granted the title of Rabbi by Benai Brith Yesheva on the date of June 23rd, 1970. Oh, there's a ladder. The crawl space. I used to store old records. There was nothing up there I wanted to see. Lots of bills. What was I going to do with them? Pay them?
Streamer streaming game on stream. Streamer,
No.
I'm afraid. Streamer, you must pause with stream.
Oh.
Streamer got a raid. Here's a raider leading raiders. Welcome raider, welcome raiders. Are the raiders alligators?
Nancy,
Raider, crackle.
thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing? How was the rest of your Red Dead Redemption stream? You guys, please go check out Nancy vs. Nancy, who streams some point-and-click adventures and some Red Dead Redemption 2. Welcome in, everybody. I'm... Hey, Stock. And hey, Chess Bunzo, welcome in. I'm Purblind Gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer with a particular fondness for horror games. But we play all different kinds of things here. And right now, we're playing the SHIVAH, which is a point-and-click mystery adventure. And it's the first game by Wadjet Eye Gaes, who you guys probably know as the makers of the excellent Blackwell series, which we streamed earlier this year. And we're just getting into it. It's off to a great start, and apparently it takes place in the same Blackwell universe as the Blackwell series. We've just recognized a police detective that was in that series. Yeah, how are things going, Nancy? I really appreciate you bringing everybody here. My collection of rabbinical texts, prayer books, Judaic history, and Harvey Camelman novels. Oh, good. What a good rest of your street. And lightened up on the murder. That's good. I guess you don't want to kill everybody, even if it is the Wild West. And therefore, death is unavoidable. These boxes contain a small supply of Kiddush wine. His window afforded me a thrilling view of the deli across the street. Yeah, I guess he is pretty tall looking at him in proportion to the chairs and the bookshelf. He doesn't seem much taller than the other people.
Followed by a Twitch viewer.
Oh, hey, thank you so much for the follow, Chess Bunzo. Welcome to the community. I really appreciate it. Just trying to. That's a good question, Random TV. I don't know exactly the qualifications in terms of video games. That's just what they called the remastered edition, which is what we're playing. They released in like early 2000s, I think it was. Any clues yet? Oh yeah. Maybe this game is sanctioned by a rabbi. It is Josh the Cantor.
Wow, Rabbi, what was that all about?
The detective had some questions for me. That's all.
So who was killed?
Josh, what did I tell you about listening at my door?
I wasn't, Rabbi, honest. You were just
I think
very loud. So who was killed? Was it that Lauder guy?
That's what we were wondering, Nancy. It kind of sounds like him, doesn't it? He's a good voice actor, so he's obviously doing a different voice, but you think so, Chess Bunzo? It did kind of sound like him. Let's listen to him some more.
We must have talked very loud.
Well, yeah.
I think it is.
So who is he?
An old member of this congregation.
Ah, that's too bad.
Yeah, well, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Are you gonna pay a Shiva call?
I don't think there will be a Shiva, Josh.
Why?
Shivas are for Jewish families.
Wow.
Just forget it.
Alright, if that's what you want. I guess I'll go now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we were kind of
Good night, Cantor.
thinking that before,
Night, Rabbi.
too, like trying to figure it out. So cool. I wonder if this was the first time he worked with Dave Gilbert. $10,000. Less than 20 minutes ago, I had accepted defeat. The bank was going to foreclose on the property, and there was nothing I could do. Jack's money changed all that. The Benai Ben Zion synagogue could remain open. I wouldn't have to see my life's work turned into a shopping mall or a parking
Has
lot.
God answered my prayers?
The age-old question. What is the work of God, and what is the work of man? The money was a boon, there was no doubt about that. But it was blood money, and I couldn't believe God would work that way.
I don't like it. Not one bit. Why, Jack? Why me? Why now?
They say God helps those who help themselves. And I had done absolutely nothing to get this money. I didn't trust it. Suddenly, the cantor's words came back to
A
me.
SHIVAH call. I can't just barge in unannounced, but I can pay a SHIVAH call. It's the only way.
Right-click and hold to show all items on. Wow, that's nice. That's really useful. No need for pixel hunting or completely missing items. Best thing I've seen since the old tab cheat and Flashpoint and Click Adventures. There was nothing up there I wanted to see. The records are cleared out every few years. If I wanted information about Jack Louder, I'd have to look elsewhere. I figured out how to log into the computer. Date we became a rabbi might be the password. Well, we're just getting into it, Doc, but his rabbi has been disillusioned, and his synagogue is not well attended, and he barely has the money to keep it open, and then a detective came to question him about the recent death of a man who was a member of a congregation like 8 years ago and has just died and left Rabbi Stone more than $10,000. So Detective Durkin was kind of suspicious. June 30th of 73.
Has it really been 30 years?
Okay, so this is set in 2003. Maybe that was when the game script was written. Yeah, exactly. That's cool. That's either shared universe or Gilbert liked the character so much that he kept him. It's not going to be. Looking at the numbers, or the number of spaces, is not going to be. Yeah, Ravnet. This is 620. Just the thing that I thought of. Hey, typically, welcome in. How are you doing? You guys, please go check out Typically. Who? Yeah, how did the rest of that, game you were playing last time go? Did you end up finishing it? It is Outer Wilds. I wanted to say Outer Worlds, but I knew that wasn't right. I'm doing okay, thanks. Yeah. Happy the hurricane wasn't bad here, and we didn't lose power. I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, okay. That's a long game, isn't it? Yeah, no. Yeah, it used to happen back in Virginia when we'd get hit by snowstorms. Where else? Josh might have. It's just my login. I wonder if it could just be my name. Hey, wait. Is that my email? Oh. Oh, that's good. avnetny.com. Maybe you just need the R Stone. Oh, wait, clue. I just saw that. Busybody. Oh. Wait, that was a word in our handy-dandy Yiddish dictionary. Yenta. Hello, Rabbi Russell Stone. Please choose an option below. Joke? The joke of the day. Moshe was talking to his psychiatrist. I had a weird dream recently, he said. I saw my mother, but then I noticed she had your face. I found this so worrying that I immediately awoke and couldn't get back to sleep. I just stayed there thinking about it until 7 a.m. I got up, made myself a slice of toast and some coffee, and came straight here. Can you please help me explain the meaning of my dream? The psychiatrist kept silent for some time, then said, "One slice of toast and coffee. Do you call that a breakfast?" Mazel Tov. Welcome to RavNet New York, the newest way to bring Jews together as a community. Our features are small but growing. Here's a list of what we currently offer. The mail feature allows you to send and receive mail. The search feature allows you to search our database, archive of Jewish news, events, and members. Everyone needs a laugh. Check out our joke feature for the best in Jewish jokes. On behalf of myself and the entire RavNet team, thank you for joining and making our community stronger. Hello, Rabbi Stone. I set up your account for you. Hopefully it'll work out okay for you. You can change the password if you want. Most people choose things like their mother's or their wife's maiden name, but I thought this was appropriate. Did he just insult my mother or my wife?
Dear Rabbi Stone, I have been a loyal member of Benai Ben Zion for many years, but I can't bring myself to listen to your dark and gloomy sermons any longer. Times are tough enough for us Jews without you rubbing salt in the wound. Goodbye, Lisa Schwartz. Dave at Wadjet Eye Games? For the best in games and entertainment, visit www.wadjeteyegames.com. Incorporating real-world characters here. God, wonder if we're going to start getting emails from Tomo. Yeah, that's fun. And you know, maybe it's technically spam, but you got a point. Wadjet Eye Games is a great place to find great games. Rabbi Stone, I'm sorry, but my family and I can't attend your services any longer. Your last few sermons have upset the children so much that it took several hours to calm them down. What happened to you? Jeremy Brooks. Nope, can't delete the spam. It stays around forever. There was a Tomo email. Called it. So wow, this definitely is the same universe in Blackwell. Wonder if, like, 20 years from now, the last game by Wadjet Eye Games is going to reveal what Tomo is. For your network protection needs, contact Tomo. Final notice. Due to continuing non-payment, your electrical service will be terminated if the overdue balance of $525.67 is not paid by April 21st. Contact our office if you have any questions. Rabbi Stone, I've tried to have faith in you, but it's obvious that you are becoming increasingly more unbalanced. You call yourself a Jew? Our people need leaders. Regretfully, Sarah Applebaum. To Russell Stone, this is to inform you that your account is currently $1,893 into its overdraft. As you are aware, your account only has $1,000 of overdraft protection. Please submit the difference of $893.43 to us within 7 days, so as not to damage your credit rating. Oh yeah. The electric bill, it's a scam. Yeah, so we're obviously really hurting for money. Yeah. It takes its time to search. Jack Lowder, 110 Jane Street, apartment 4E. There's an article about his death. Yes. All bills are scams. Hey, House of Mike. How are you doing? You guys, please go check out House of Mike. Welcome in. What are you playing? Oh yeah, more Dark Souls. Oh god, that damn game looks difficult. Hey, good to see you. Jack Lowder of Beth Tikva was found dead last night in his Midtown office, victim of an apparent assault by person or persons unknown. We at RavNet express our sympathies to Jack's friends and family. It's impressive. Finished it using nothing but fireballs as a challenge. Oh, firebombs. So we know Jack was murdered. And we know where he lives. Wow. Do the firebombs do a lot of damage? Are they a relatively weak weapon? This cabinet was converted into a makeshift Torah ark after the last one was stolen in 1996. 80, my god, that's... Considering how, like, as fast as I've seen some of the Dark Souls games, they have far-ranging attacks, so that must have been really hard. The Cantor's lectern contains his prayer book and song notations. A sturdy, dependable podium, perfect for pounding during less successful sermons. Oh, you can only carry 99 and one boss took 80. Wow. Ah, we have a map of Manhattan Island.
Mrs. Lauder?
Yes?
I heard about your husband. I came to pay my respects.
Oh, you knew Jack?
Some time ago, yes.
All right, come on in. I'm sorry, you look so familiar, but I can't place your face. What is your name?
If I wanted answers, she'd have to know who I was. There, are you familiar with the SHIVAH House of Mike? This required tact.
You don't remember me? 8 years ago? Rabbi Russell Stone?
Oh, I remember now. You have a lot of nerve coming here.
Tact? That's... I feel like Rabbi Stone is not the most tactful.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're sorry, are you? I'm so glad to hear that. Jack would love to hear that you are sorry.
He knows already, Mrs. Lauder.
Too late, Rabbi. Too late. What do you want?
Oh, right. It does kind of sound like Shiva, the Hindu god, right? Because I didn't know how it was pronounced at first.
I'm not sure what I want.
Oh, really? You're just getting back in touch. Is that it?
Oh,
stop it. Just stop it. I don't believe this. You threw us out of your temple 8 years ago. And now you drop by for a visit?
It wasn't like that.
Well, what was it then? Can you tell me that?
Maybe this was a bad idea.
Maybe you're right. And yet you're here. Why?
Why would the police come speak to me, Mrs. Lauder?
I have no idea. What did they say?
That I'm suspect number 1.
Really? Well, that would make sense. Who else has a motive except for the rabbi who hates us?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll let that slide.
Whatever. Jack hated you. That's enough.
Mrs. Lauder, if he hated me so much, why did he leave me $10,000 in his will?
That's impossible.
I said the same thing.
Jack wouldn't do that.
It's a crazy world.
How do you know for sure?
The police told me. I have no love of the police, but I doubt they'd lie about that. Mrs. Lauder, if Jack hated me so much, why did he give me so much money?
I don't know. This makes no sense. None of it does. Who would kill Jack? He was a good man.
Yes, he was.
Don't you start. You have no idea.
The police have no other leads?
Aside from you? No.
How did he die?
I don't see how that's any of your business.
Well, I suppose I'm curious, and I'd like to help.
Help? Why would you want to help?
I don't know. Maybe I...
Hey, Dragon. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? You guys, please go check out Dragon of the West, who... Sorry you're playing more Cuphead. This is the SHIVAH. It's the first game by Wadjet Eye Games. Like, the first retail game. I don't know if they did any freeware games under that title. Hey, Ruby J, welcome in. Thanks for summoning her, Nancy. How are you doing? You guys should also check out Ruby J, who plays a lot of different point-and-click adventures. I knew you love the Blackwell series. Have you played this before, Ruby? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's great.
Maybe I'm looking to make amends for what happened 8 years ago.
Why not? Why shouldn't a rabbi play at being detective? You want to investigate, Rabbi Stone? Be my guest.
I'll have to ask you some questions about what happened.
Can't you just ask the police?
They won't talk to me. I'm a suspect.
Fine, fine. Ask whatever you want.
Oh. Hefleck. I didn't realize this game had achievements. I mean, I knew Steam achievements were a thing, but are GOG achievements actually a thing? And I just didn't know that. Have I actually played that many GOG games? Gex and Alone in the Dark, too. Yeah. So you could tell it was Abe Goldfarb, Ruby. Yeah. It took us a while to be sure. Well, me anyway. I did think it at first, but then I was kind of like, he sounds different. Which he would. He's playing a different role. Like, that's how voice actors are. They sound different when they play different roles. It seems like a good game so far.
How are you holding up, Mrs. Lauder?
Fine.
Ah.
As well as can be expected.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I knew it was the first, retail Wadjet Eye game. And I wondered if that was... Once we figured out it was him, I wondered if that was his first time working with Dave Gilbert. That's so amazing that you met the legendary Joey Malone.
How did Jack die?
He was shot. Right in the head. At close range, according to the police.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lauder.
He was in the showroom, working late. That's all I know.
It definitely sounds like assault.
What business was your husband in?
We were in business together. Fashion design. High-end casual wear. Shirts, blouses, slacks. I'd design and he'd sell.
Was the business successful?
We did all right. It was tough at first, but things have been picking up over the last few years. We sell to mainly boutique stores, but Macy's has bought several pieces from us, and Saks was interested.
I guess they started it after they left the synagogue.
And what happens to the business now? Are you going to run it by yourself?
I guess I could, but not right away. And definitely not in that same showroom.
I can understand that.
Yeah, fun to see their earlier work.
Where is your showroom?
Why? Do you want to have a look?
It can't hurt.
Yeah. Had to grow
Oh,
into
this is
his
crazy.
voice.
Do you really want to do this?
Yes.
Sure, if you want to have a look, go ahead. Just because trained police officers couldn't find anything doesn't mean a rabbi can't. The building is 1407 Broadway, room 903.
I mean, that is how most murder mysteries work, unless the protagonist is a police detective. Yeah, trained police couldn't find it, but I can.
You've covered up the mirror.
Yes, it's what you are supposed to do, right?
Well, yes, but
I know.
thought-
I'm not Jewish.
guess.
I'm probably doing it all wrong, but it feels right. Is it right, Rabbi?
Streamer streaming game on stream. Streamer, I'm afraid. Streamer, you must pause my stream. Streamer got a raid. Here's a
hey.
raider leading raiders.
You
Welcome
just got
raider,
a
welcome
raid.
raiders. Are the raiders alligators? Raider, crackle.
Salt 86, thank you so much. How are you doing tonight? You guys, please go check out Salt 86. What are you streaming? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Purblind Gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer who plays a wide variety of games. Some adventures, some shooters, a lot of horror games. And tonight we're playing this murder mystery adventure, the SHIVAH, by Wadjet Eye Games, which is their first title. And it's quite good so far. Welcome in, is it Aggressively Coconut and everybody else. Good to have you guys here. Really appreciate your bringing your community. And you were playing Sonic, which one? Oh, Sonic Adventure 2. Nice. I've always been meaning to play the Sonic Adventure games. I even have the GameCube for it. All 16 of the Wadjet Eye fans. I'm sure there are tens of thousands of them scattered through the world. They know such amazing games. I mean, in my experience. A short stream for short people. So you played Sonic Adventure 2 before, Salt? Yeah, Wadjet Eye. Still say it. Sounds like a power-up from Spelunky.
it's perfect.
Thank you.
Alright. We were just talking about she'd covered up the mirror, which is in mourning for her murdered husband. 142 out of 180. Well on your way to 100%ing it. Nice.
What is the name of your business?
Charming Fashion Company.
Charming.
Yeah, it's a strange name, but it has meaning behind it. It's based on my family's name, Sharma, and it sounds like charming.
I get it.
Sharma.
Real cute.
She doesn't sound like he means it. Do you guys think she's related to Rosa's neighbor from the Blackwell games? Yeah, he's a rabbi. And do you happen to know what the cursor is now, Salt? We were trying to figure that out earlier. I mean, it kind of looks like a pair of fangs, but I'm not sure. Oh, gotcha. I'm not familiar with Hebrew characters. I don't know what it is. That would make sense. And that's the only thing in our
Can you
notes
tell
so
me about
far.
your company again?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Yeah.
I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess. Rabbi Stone,
Yes?
about 8 years ago, could you just tell me why?
Were you and Jack happy?
Yes, we were.
Then my reasons don't matter.
We're still trying to figure out what happened 8 years ago. And either they left. Well, it sounds like we threw them out of the synagogue, but that may not be what actually happened.
That painting honestly looks, it's like it's a dress and a hat on a, like a faceless person. I'm just not zoomed in enough to see the face. Designs for some sort of skimpy sundress with some orders attached. Yeah. It's a good question, Salt. Maybe they'll explain it at some point in the game. His design board was the only spark of creativity left in the deserted showroom. I didn't know much about fashion design, but it looked like a skirt, or maybe a large shirt. Paints, markers, and random junk adorned the shelf. This could be important. It was a photo of Mrs. Lauder with a post-it note reading, "Don't forget, anniversary flowers." The office computer remained on the desk. I assumed that Mrs. Lauder didn't want to be bothered with it. Password. This one doesn't offer us a clue. There's something else on the design board. I can't tell what it is. This is a really useful feature. It will show you all the hot spots if you hold down the right-click button. The clothing rack was empty. I suppose Mrs. Lauder took everything away. There was a poster of some blank-faced woman in a hat. Oh, so her face is blank. I made a snap decision not to start collecting old-fashioned posters. I suppose we could just ask her what the password is. Might be simplest.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
I like how she waited to acknowledge it was me until until I spoke.
And what happens to the business now? Are you going to run it by yourself?
I guess I could, but not right away. And definitely not in that same showroom.
I can understand that. Was the business successful?
We did all
Can you give
right.
us some
It was
hint of the
tough at
password?
first, but things have been picking up over the last few years. We sell to mainly boutique stores, but Macy's has bought several pieces from us, and Saks was interested.
What business was your husband in?
We were in business together.
It's
Fashion
the same
design,
thing.
high-end casual wear. I design.
I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess.
Maybe we should go look it up on Ravnet. No, but I didn't. It didn't have the option to, or did it have the option? I just totally missed it. I know, that was what I was hoping I would get to ask her. Charming fashion. High-quality fashion at affordable prices. Based out of Manhattan's legendary Midtown Garment District, Charming is a husband and wife team aiming to introduce fine Indian fabrics to the boutique couture market. Oh, hey. We had a redemption for drink something forged in fire. Wait, I have to have something, drink something forged in fire. Fortunately, I have a horseshoe that a blacksmith made, and I'm going to melt it down and drink that live on stream. BRB. So, I was down at the dollar store, and they had this type of soda I've never heard of before. Sprecher, or Sprecher cream soda, and it's fire brewed craft soda. How does one brew soda in fire? I've no idea. But its emblem is a griffin, so that makes it cool. It is not twist off. One moment. Oh, that's interesting, Salt. It was the character Cha, which is the Hebrew, and Hebrew means living. Ah. I don't know the science behind it, but fire made it good. Is that something they say in The Simpsons? Convergence of the elements. Oh, thanks, Dragon. Probably never resized it when I switched to my desktop. Oh, the Flaming Moe's episode. I don't think I've seen that. Sprecher. No, that is good. And that's me drinking something forged in fire. I'll keep drinking it through the rest of the stream. Hey, Auburn Dusk, welcome in. How are you? It's Lechime or Lechame, however you pronounce that. And people say it at
bar mitzvahs and it's in Fiddler on the Roof. And it means to live. Or to life, sorry. Gotcha, so that's where that cursor is. That's really cool. Yeah, exactly. Since I'm drinking now. Oops. So, oops. And if there's any hints about the password, and Lauder's only going to give us the same two things. Tikva. Yeah, sure. Thanks for looking that up. L'chaim. L'chemi. L'chaim. Gotcha. Just try Beth Tikva. Yeah, I've heard of Fiddler on the Roof, and I know it's supposed to be good, but I've never seen it. It was one of your favorites as a kid. Which reminds me, I've still never seen a Shoggoth on the Roof, even though I've been hearing about it for years. I really must. And Fiddler on the Roof, obviously. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Salt. Appreciate it. And for the raid. Yeah, I know you need to get sleep before you have work. I'm probably... Yeah, thanks. To you as well. Anniversary flowers. Yeah, we don't have. I wasn't that desperate for a larger congregation. I feel like that's the next thing we need to do is get access to that computer. But I mentioned that about the whole showing of the hotspots made me think of the where you could cycle through them with tab and like flash games, and now I keep wanting to press tab to show everything. Well, suppose I could try Benai Ben Zion. And if he left us a large sum of money, the synagogue was obviously in his thoughts. Nah. It was worth a try. If it's not something in here. I mean, I had thought it would be their wedding anniversary, but we get her to.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Trying to figure out what. There's a very small coat rack sticking out behind the wardrobe. Anyway. Oh wait. Sharma. Wait.
What
Could
is
that
the
be it?
name of your business?
Charming Fashion Company.
Charming.
Yeah, it's a strange name, but it has meaning behind it. It's based on my family's name, Sharma, and it sounds like charming.
I get it. Real cute.
That's not how you make friends, Rabbi. At least try to be convincing.
I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess.
Have to go around insulting the joke based on their business name. Yeah, he's not an evangelical rabbi. He's not out to make friends. He's out to, well, understand what the hell's going on and possibly catch a killer. And we're in. And hey, Big Fatty Plus. Welcome in. How are you doing? You guys, please go check out Big Fatty Plus. What was it you were streaming today? I was looking at your stream briefly while at work. Oh, right, and you won a game in the giveaways the other weekend, and I got it in the mail, so you should get it soon. Yeah, my pleasure. Welcome back, Jack Lauder. Please choose an option below. Oh, right, I saw Silent Hill 2, and you finished it. Good job. Were you playing the PlayStation version or the PC port? Recent transactions. Joe DeMarco, Goldberg, and Wieselbaum. Or Wieselbaum? Oh, the original PS2 one. That's so cool. I really gotta play that series one of these days. That and the other Resident Evil games. Oh, you have the original PS2 one. Nice. It's a collector's item these days, isn't it? Macy's, Moda of Broadway. Wait, Moda. Oh no, that was Modi, the dog. A lot of Joe DeMarco. You think Silent Hill 3 is the best one? It's fun being able to play the originals. $500 or a little over. There were a lot of personal checks written out to a Joe DeMarco. I wonder who he is. Looked like Jack hired an accounting firm. I recognized the name. It was a clothing store. Evidently, they bought products from Jack and paid for it properly. Yeah, a protection racket. Or some kind of shakedown. All cut and dry. There was nothing unusual here. Lose shipping. Oh, the prices are going up. 500 even, 15, 25, 40, 80. $600, $625. And Beth Tikva. Beth Tikva sounds like the name of a synagogue. It looks like Jack decided to stay devout after all. Jack, that must be an oversight. I'll look into it. E. J. This is strange. The rates do seem unusually high. I'll look into it. E. J. Your instinct was right. Something isn't right with this deal. All the wire transfers lead to different places and nobody answers the phone at any of them. My accountant sense is tingling. Don't panic, Jack. I'll get to the bottom of this. See you at Temple tonight. E. Hello, partner. I got those shirt designs done. I'll send copies out to the factory to get fit samples made. And guess what? I got them. Spent an hour on the phone with telecharge, but I got the tickets. Orchestra seats, too. I'll meet you at the office at 6. No excuses this time. Love, Raj. Tomo. Tomo's everywhere. Mr. Lauder, how are you? Your goods are all packed and ready to ship. Wire us the funds and we'll get to it on the next boat. Kenny. Hello, hello. The fit model cancelled again? Can she be any more useless? Okay. We'll just have to find someone else. Don't forget, we're having dinner at the Goldwaters tonight. Love, Raj. Wait. Lou shipping. Oops. I did see that name. Yeah. This payment went out to a shipping company. Nothing unusual about that. Okay. Just following up on everything. Oh, you can combine clues in this one. Nice. Just like in Blackwell. You really are good. And I like cream sodas. Maybe I should have bought more. Yeah. Don't see fire-crafted sodas at the dollar store every day. I had no idea if Ethan G. and Joe DeMarco were connected. Well, the only clues we got. Suppose I could have searched them.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Have you ever heard of the name Joe DeMarco?
Joe? Joe. Yes, I've heard of Joe. He was one of our first investors.
He invested in Charming?
Yes.
Why did you need an investor?
Well, we didn't have much money to start the business with. All the banks saw us as a poor risk, so we needed independent investors.
Have you ever met Joe?
Jack handled the money stuff, although I know Jack didn't like him.
Why not?
He didn't say, he just didn't like him. But we were desperate, so we had no choice.
How did they meet each other?
I think they were introduced. At the temple of all places.
At Temple. So Joe DeMarco is Jewish?
Maybe. Why?
DeMarco is not a very Jewish name.
Sounds more
And that's
Italian.
important to you, is it?
Not to me, no. But it's certainly significant.
The voice actor is 24. Oh, gotcha. When the game was made, he was only 24. He's playing some man who's like, I would guess in his 50s, like early 50s. And he became a rabbi 30 years prior. Wow. Okay. Yeah. DeMarco. Remember that old Sega Genesis game, El Viento, the Italian mobster, and it was named Vincent DeMarco.
You really think Joe DeMarco is Jewish?
I told you, I have no...
Well, look him up on RavNet, so there's a good chance.
Do you know if your husband did any business with a man named Ethan?
Ethan. The name sounds familiar, but I can't place it. I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't really keep up with the business side of things. Is he involved?
Hard to say. I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess.
Oops. I should save. I don't want to get too far and not save. Spelling it right. Check that. Okay, right, newest one's at the bottom. Sure, that's a long shot. Oh, wait. Am I thinking Ethan's the accountant? And we know the accountant's name. We saw who they wrote the check to was someone in Wieselbaum. I don't know. Beth Tikva was where they met. I guess that's worth searching now that I think about it. Famous Zelig. Zelig. I believe there was a famous Jewish gangster from the 1910s named Zelig. The random things one learns in life. Right, it's going to save. Oh, this is a catchy tune. A large, tasteful stained glass window surveyed the synagogue from its high vantage point.
I suppose it's okay.
Are you just jealous, Rabbi? Several photos showed a group of children sitting around a table. Two men flanked the children, smiling at the camera like they'd just won the lottery. A caption read, J. Silver and E. Goldberg on duty at the Beth Tikva Youth Center.
Yes,
You're the chief rabbi here at Beth Tikva.
I do carry that honor. So, what can I do for you, Mr.
Rabbi, actually. Rabbi Stone.
Well, fancy that. I can always spare time for a fellow rabbi. What brings you to our humble synagogue?
You want to see a humble synagogue? Come to mine.
Jack Lauder was a member of your synagogue.
Lauder, Lauder. Where do I know that name?
He was a member of your congregation. He died a few days ago.
That's right. The funeral service was yesterday. I honestly don't know where my head is these days.
And
You conducted the ceremony?
Yes, his wife insisted on it.
Did she now?
If I may ask, what is your interest in Mr. Lauder?
Rabbinical reasons.
Aren't all matters of our flock our concern?
Well, not every matter, but still, we do what we can, don't we?
And now he's conducting rabbinical answers and answering with questions. Yeah. Does seem odd that he would have forgotten about that.
Is there anything you can tell me about Mr. Lauder?
I'm afraid not, Rabbi Stone. My congregation is rather large, and Mr. Lauder seldom attended services. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what that's like.
You certainly don't. Does the name Joe DeMarco mean anything to you?
DiMarco?
Yes.
Sounds Italian. Other than that, it means nothing. Sorry.
Are you sure he didn't conduct his funeral yesterday, too?
Are you familiar with an Ethan G?
Ethan G? Is that his name?
Just an initial as far as I know.
Ah, well, nothing leaps to mind, I'm afraid.
Did a Joe DeMarco ever belong to this temple?
DiMarco.
It's the same thing.
That's hardly a Jewish name.
I know.
Although, it's difficult to say. As I told you, it's difficult to keep track of individual congregation members.
He was an investor in Jack Lauder's company. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know. Should it?
No, I suppose not.
Yeah, but I mean, just because it's not a Jewish name, it seems like it could be. You know, his wife is Jewish. I don't know.
Good night to you, Rabbi Zelig.
Good night to you, Rabbi Stone.
A tasteful podium of lacquered oak. It looks brand new and smelled of recent polish.
Meh. I've seen better.
Was he going to do this for everything? Services must have just ended, as they hadn't gone around to putting the Torah away.
I can't
yet.
believe they're just leaving it here for anyone to come in and take it. They must have dozens of them in a back room somewhere.
The cantor's lectern was an elegant affair, made from lacquered oak. It looked brand new.
Meh. I've seen better.
I couldn't steal a Torah from another man's synagogue. It's an adventure game. You say things like that. You're kind of sending out signals that you want the player to steal stuff. Just saying. Besides, it was too heavy. Fair. Hey, right. Maybe we just need to type his name into RavNet. We don't need to realize it here. Oh, the Ethan G must be Ethan Goldberg. Yeah. This is a recipe for disaster. A water glass and a glass bottle right next to each other. Of triumph, I knew I'd found my man. Accountant dead in Murray Hill shootout. Ethan Goldberg of Beth Tikva was found dead last night in a Murray Hill alleyway outside Paddy O'Hare's pub, the victim of an apparent mugging. We at RavNet express our sympathies to Ethan's friends and family. That's not going to be in RavNet. I would have to use Google for that, and I don't think Rabbi Stone is quite ready for Google yet. Wait, did Raj say they were having dinner with the Goldbergs? Nah, I think it was something else. I mean, in an email. Oh, then we can just go straight to patio hairs. That wasn't coming off the wall without a tin of paint stripper and an unenthusiastic youth group. Oh, a basement bar. Yeah, that woman kind of reminds me of Rosa. The woman seemed to be having an animated conversation with someone who wasn't there. Wait. Welcome to New York. Don't think.
Excuse me. Hello?
She ignored me. She seemed to be staring into space at something that wasn't there. In another place, another time, I might have stopped to help her. Inside joke. But people like her are a dime a dozen in this city. So wait. Do you guys think? And I think he'd already made Bestowers of Eternity at this point. Do you think? He had,
No,
like,
I won't forget about it.
it didn't sound like her. No, that's definitely gotta be her. But do you think he planned to have the two games crossover, or is this in the same universe before he even released the first actual Blackwell game? Unless maybe in the remaster he added her in. Like in Tintin when they reprinted Cigars of the Pharaoh. They had somebody holding a copy of Destination Moon. Anyway.
Excuse me.
The bartender glared at me with vague disinterest.
I'm looking for information on Ethan Goldberg. He was killed outside of this bar.
The bartender shrugged.
Do you know anything about it?
He gave me a glare that told me everything I needed to know about asking more questions. I asked another question.
Do you know a Mr. Jack Lauder?
The bartender rolled his eyes and began eyeing the other customers. It seemed he wasn't a very talkative fellow.
I'm looking for information on Joe DeMarco.
Let's press our luck. He narrowed his eyes and glared daggers at me. I wasn't going to get any information out of him. But was there a flicker of recognition in his eyes? Some old faded photos were tacked to the wall. A large selection of wines and spirits lay on the shelves. The jukebox sported a large sign that read, "Out of order."
Stop that.
A poster advertising the latest rock craze adorned the wall. Nothing else here. Good. Now to pick up a discarded brick or leaflet or something.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Do you know an Ethan Goldberg?
Oh, Ethan Goldberg. Yeah, I know him.
Who is he?
An accountant. We used him to handle taxes and complicated documents for the business. Not full-time, just on a consultant basis. Wait, is he involved in this?
Not anymore. He's dead.
What? Since when?
About a week or two ago. Murdered.
My God, what is happening?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Have you ever heard of the name?
Joe?
Just
Joe.
the same
Joe.
thing.
Yes, I've heard of Joe. He was one of our...
He and...
Yeah.
Why did you need...
Well, we didn't... All the banks, so we needed...
Have you ever met...
Jack handled the money, although I know Jack did...
Why not?
He didn't say, but we were desperate, so we...
How did they meet?
I think at the temp...
At Temp? So Joe
Maybe.
DeMarco is...
And that's him.
Not to me, but it's certain.
You can definitely go back and ask Rabbi Zelig about Ethan Goldberg.
I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess.
Interesting piece of art she has in the background. Like a bunch of snakes or lines twisting up.
Yes?
I was hoping you could tell me something about Ethan Goldberg. I know he used to work here.
Ethan? Oh, what a tragedy. That man did wonders for this community. It's a shame what happened to him.
You know about his death?
Of course, I conducted the funeral service myself.
I recently found out that Ethan Goldberg
he
and Jack
remembers.
Lauder did business together.
Really? I'm not surprised. Ethan offered his services to many people. He was a whiz with a netting machine. So I heard.
He's not going to say anything else about. Hey, Mad Glad, welcome in.
Good night to you, Rabbi Zelig.
Good night to
Get out
you,
of here.
Rabbi
And
Stone.
we just got a redemption for. What on earth did you get in the mail? Oh, and you guys, please go check out Matt Glad, who streams a lot of retro games and shooters and things. How's your night going, Matt Glad? The theme of it, but we ran into bills in this game, and we've already decided bills are scams. Shouldn't be paid. Should be deleted. Since since you can't delete spam, why not delete the bills? Yeah. Hold on. So as to what on earth I got in the mail. Last week we finished reading The Circular Staircase live on stream, and I said I might eventually try to start reading another book, like as an audiobook on stream. That means I would need to get one. One obscure enough. One in public domain, or,
close enough to falling into public domain that no one's going to prosecute me. Probably. I got this one I'd been meaning to read for a while, called Benighted by J.B. Priestley, which is pretty hard to find. And they reprinted it at some point, but even the reprints are getting to be more expensive, and I think this is an early one. And good, I was hoping it would have large enough print. Yeah, that's definitely manageable to read. And this is a British novel, I believe, from 1930. Okay, then I don't think this is a first edition, because I think it was first printed in the 20s. Yeah, here, 1927. And this book was adapted for the screen as The Old Dark House, which was a 1930s Universal horror movie that I thought was really pretty good. And so when I heard that it was based on a book, I was always curious what the book was like. And some people say it's an overlooked classic of early 20th century horror fiction. So, we'll be reading that live on stream. Starting sometime. Now, back to the murder mystery. Thank you for the redemption, Madclad. Both Joe DeMarco and Ethan Goldberg were connected to the charming business in some way. But were they connected to each other? Zelig didn't give us any really useful information about Goldberg, did he? I'm gonna say the Yiddish dictionary is a great device. Think there's anything else here. Let me make sure I typed this into RavNet correctly. What is that? Over 10,000 results. Wow. see if there's a different joke. Martin Lewis converts and becomes a priest. He gives his first mass in front of a number of high-ranking priests who came for the occasion. At the end of the new priest's sermon, a cardinal goes up to congratulate him. "Pastor Lewis," he says, "that was very well done. You were just perfect. But next time, please don't start your sermon with fellow goyim." Okay, but serious now. Oops. Oh, shoot. Should I do that? Jeez. This will teach me to be careful about what I click on. Yenta, right. I feel like accidentally logging out is in keeping with the character. I suppose we could ask Raj if Joe and Ethan knew each other. Okay, nothing I haven't looked at. Hello again. I know I visit a lot.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Do you know any?
Oh, Ethan Goldberg. Yeah, I know him.
Who is he?
An accountant. We used him to handle taxes. Not full-time, just on a... Wait, is he an...
Not anymore. He's dead.
What? Since when?
About a week or murdered.
My, what is...
That's what I'm trying to... I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess. I mean, I could try searching Goldberg and Weiselbaum.
summarize all and everything important here. Yeah. I don't think there's any more important information in Ethan's email. Game makes you appreciate how easy it is that we have our phones and we can search wherever we are. Good, we didn't run out of characters. Jeez. 10,000 results about this accounting firm? How big is it? Yep, that's my thinking. I don't know, you guys think we should go back to the pub? Never, we don't have to hover the cursor over every book, making sure there's not one we can pick up. I can't tell exactly what that graffiti says. Probably not important. Bartender surveyed his domain with the expression of one hoping something better will come along.
Great. Now even rabbis think I'm crazy.
The jukebox was broken. Yeah. No. That's a fun addition.
Excuse me.
The bartender glared at me with vague disinterest.
I'm looking for information on Joe DeMarco.
Yes, that's the same thing. Flicker of recognition. You won't say
I'm looking
anything
for
about
information on Ethan
Kansas.
Goldberg. Do you know anything about it?
It says the same thing about the photographs. Can you order a drink? No. What if I gave him my card? Oops. Do it. Can I physically give him my card? I guess not. Is something I'm not seeing. Right. Goldberg. J. Silver. Huh. Wonder. Could it be Joe Silver? Is Joe DeMarco? Oh, I like that music. What's in these boxes? Oh, right, the wine. As much as I would have loved to break open a bottle of kiddish wine, I didn't think it was appropriate. What's the significance of Ethan being at the youth center? Here. I can't find the door.
Yes?
I was hoping you could tell me something about Ethan Goldberg. I know he used to work here.
Ethan? Oh, what a tragedy. That man did wonders for this community. It's a shame what happened to him.
You know about his death?
Of course. I conducted the funeral service myself.
I recently found out that Ethan Goldberg and Jack Lauder did business together.
Really? I'm not surprised. Ethan offered his services to many people. He was a whiz with a netting machine. So I heard.
Did a Joe DeMarco ever
That's hard.
I know.
Although, it's difficult to say. As I told you, it's difficult to keep...
He was an investor in Jack Lauder's company. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know. Should it?
No, I suppose not. Good night to you, Rabbi Zelig.
Good night to you, Rabbi Stone.
I feel like I should be able to figure out what to do. If we can. Tried searching Goldberg and he just talks about the murder, and we've tried searching Silver. The bartender won't talk to us, even though he recognizes the name Joe DeMarco. Also, there's a crazy lady in there. Do we want to go to that bar again? District. We've asked Raj about everything we can. There must be some clue I'm just missing. I assume it's going to say these other things are legit clothing stores. Or shipping firms. Wonder where he was shipping him to. Gold Waters, that's what it was. I was thinking of earlier. Maybe I should look up a hint. I'm not. I feel like I've tried just about everything. There's probably something I'll feel really dumb about when I figure out what it is. Heck with it. Sometimes I'm terribly thick. And I don't want to be here all night. I'm trying to find. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Yeah. As I said, walk through the old version. I wonder if that's gonna be any difference. Anything different. So that you have to ask the rabbi about Joe and Ethan at the same time? I don't know, let me try that. Yeah, I was trying to look up a hint. I wouldn't call it cheating so much. Cheating would be like if I typed in a Game Genie code. Be impressive considering I'm playing this on a PC. Sometimes you gotta in these point-and-click games.
Yes?
Or you just gotta be sharper than I am.
Does the name Joe DeMarco mean anything to you?
DeMarco?
Yes.
Sounds Italian. Other than that, it means nothing. Sorry.
I was hoping you could tell me something. I know he used to work here.
Ethan? Oh, what a threat that man. It's a shame.
You...
Of course, I condone. Really? I'm not. He was a whiz with it.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I shouldn't be having this much trouble finding it. Wait. I think there's an email I missed on the computer.
Good night to you.
Good night.
On Jack's computer, I mean. Oh, you can scroll down. I didn't read all the emails, that's what it is. I am, in fact, an idiot. Jay, call me. Now. We need to talk. At first I didn't realize that ornate thing was an arrow. Jay, okay. I got you into this mess. I will get you out of it. I'm meeting with JDM tonight. Do not write him any more checks until you hear from me. If he wants to play hardball, he picked the wrong guys to mess with. E. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's not just me. Those arrows are easy to overlook as arrows. Yeah, sometimes backseating is useful. I should get better about asking Chad for help. JDM? A rotten deal? This was worth looking into. Yeah. And it's invariable sometimes. Or inevitable sometimes. Mr. Lauder, how are you? We are still awaiting payment transfer from you. Your goods are taking up space in our warehouse. Please submit the monies ASAP or we will be forced to liquidate them. Kenny. Ravnet. Admin undeliverable. The following message was undeliverable. The reported error was subscriber RT no or RSTNOE does not exist on Ravnet. Message is as follows. Hello, Rabbi Stone. It's been a while. I hope I got the correct email address. No doubt you are surprised to hear from me. I'm not sure why I'm writing either. I often think about what you said. It still angers me, but I can understand your motives. You looked at us and said, nothing is worse than when Jews turn their backs on one another. I can still remember that look in your eyes. Sheer contempt. Like we were the worst sort of scum that ever crawled out of the ocean. I love my wife, Rabbi Stone. She is my partner in everything. I regret nothing. Nothing, that is, except you. I hated you. For years I hated you. We both did. I joined another temple with a rabbi who was willing to marry us and tried to forget about you. But when I found myself in trouble and in need of guidance, I could think of nowhere else to turn. You called me a traitor once. Do you still feel that way? I've seen traitors. I've seen Jews turn their backs on other Jews. It's not pretty. It's awful. I am not like them. Time has cooled my hatred. Has it done the same to you? I need to speak to you. I feel like I am 12 years old again, preparing for my bar mitzvah and needing help with my Torah portion. I know I didn't marry a Jewish girl, or go to temple every week, or keep kosher, or do any of the many things we're supposed to do. But I always have known that I was Jewish. Is that enough? I'm not a traitor, Rabbi. I have never forgotten I'm Jewish. Jack Lauder. And I just mistyped the email. Jack Lauder received an email from Ethan G. discussing a meeting with JDM. Joe DeMarco. JDM. That's got to be it. Klug. Wise, smart, or clever? Don't know if I'd go that far.
Yes?
Do you know anything about Ethan G. meeting up with Joe DeMarco?
In all honesty, I have no idea who Joe DeMarco is. So I'm afraid the answer is no.
Yeah. Yeah. Comment on various various oddities.
Doesn't any of this strike you as odd?
Should it?
Two Jewish men, both in business together and both belonging to the same synagogue, are killed within 2 weeks of each other. A third man, who may or may not be Jewish, is nowhere to be found. There are only 2 connections between these 3 men. One is Jack's business, the other is this synagogue.
Rabbi Stone, I hope you're not suggesting anything.
I'm not.
Let me finish. People all over the world use religious communities to network and conduct business. This is nothing new. You know this, Rabbi Stone. If there is a connection, it has to do with their business dealings and nothing to do with Beth Tikva. I won't stand for our reputation being tarnished. Do I make myself clear?
As crystal.
I'm glad we understand each other. Now, if you'll excuse me, it is rather late.
I understand. I'll see myself out.
Wait, let me give you my card.
Mucha. Get on someone's nerves.
Feel free to email me if you have any more questions.
That's thoughtful. Let's try the bartender. Another customer. Hopefully that's not in JGM now. The man stood at the bar, his dull eyes staring at everything and nothing.
Can't I just have a drink in peace?
The game doesn't like me
Can't I
calling
just have
Rosa
a
an
drink in
oddity.
peace?
Evening.
Yeah?
He sounds friendly.
Nice night.
Whatever.
Nice night.
Whatever.
Oh, this might be like that bar patron in Fate by Numbers, where you can keep making different small talk and he'll tell you to piss off in different ways.
So what's your name?
Look, could you leave me alone?
It looked like he was this was the type of place where people didn't want to be bothered.
Do you know Joe DeMarco?
Sure I do. That's my name.
Really?
Yeah. What of it?
You're a hard guy to track down.
Well, yippee. You found me. What do you want?
Oh yeah, Nancy, yeah, I'm 99% sure. Yeah, that's gotta be Rosa. Because when he first tried to talk to her, he said, I couldn't help the feeling at some other time I might have helped her. And she's talking to herself.
What's your beef with Ethan Goldberg?
Never heard of him.
Your name appears in connection with his.
Lots of Ethan Goldbergs. Lots of Joe DeMarcos. Both are common names. You got nothing.
Fair.
So leave me alone.
Ethan was killed just outside of this bar.
Coincidence. You still got nothing.
A big coincidence.
What's your connection with Jack Lauder?
Don't know him.
Sure you do. He wrote you a number of checks.
Whoever he wrote them to, it wasn't me.
Your name is on the checks.
Then it's some other Joe DeMarco. Get out of here.
Do you know Rabbi Zelig?
What's a rabbi?
Was he being serious? His true intentions were hidden behind those dull, glassy eyes. A ruse or plain ignorance. It was impossible to tell.
The guy's never heard of. Talk about playing dumb. Yeah, like you can't actually think anyone will fall for it. He just doesn't care.
His full name is Amos Zelig.
Nope. Sorry.
Ask about religion.
Are you Jewish, Mr. DeMarco?
Huh? No. What the hell is Jewish?
His ignorance was either fake or genuine. Either way, I had my answer.
Why do I not think it's genuine? This guy's a terrible liar.
Never mind.
I don't think we're getting anywhere with him.
So long.
Yeah.
I
Great.
mean, at least
Now
he
even
didn't say.
rabbis think I'm crazy.
What's a Joe DeMarco?
Excuse me.
The bartender glared at me with vague disinterest.
I'm looking for information on Joe DeMarco.
Just the same thing.
Stop that.
Rabbi Amos Zelig. Beth Tikva.
Be quiet.
Yeah, see when she's talking to Joey. And before she decided not to talk to Joey in public.
Great. Now even rabbis think I'm crazy.
We never looked up anything about Zelig, did we?
Dare say he'd be on RavNet.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Mental A makes me laugh every time.
Do you know anything about Ethan G. meeting up with Joe DeMarco?
I'm afraid not. If they met, I'm sure it had something to do with the business. Ethan was our accountant and Joe was our primary investor. Although I have no idea what they'd want to talk about.
You don't happen to have a picture of Joe, do you? No? No?
Have you ever heard of the name Joe
Joe? Joe. He was one.
He-
Yeah,
Why just-
also,
have you-
although I know Jack didn't.
Why-
He didn't say. But
How did they meet?
I thought.
So DeMarco, not but it's. I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks. I guess.
Another joke. Medical experts from London have published a paper that concludes that Seder participants should not eat both chopped liver and charoses. The research shows that if they do, it can lead to charoses of the liver. But now back to serious times. When do you send email, actually? I guess the game will do it when it's the right time. Knew what Zelig's password was. Not going to give us any clues. Let's head back to that bar. Watch it end up not being the same Joe DeMarco. Just some other guy who happens to have that name.
Great. Now even rabbis think I'm crazy.
Evening.
Yeah?
Do you know Rabbi Zelig?
What's a rabbi?
Just the same thing.
His full name is Amos Zelig.
Nope. Sorry.
I don't think we're supposed to search Amos Zelig, do you? That's it would have come up.
So long.
Yeah.
Both Joe DeMarco and Ethan Goldberg were connected to the charming business in some way, but were they connected to each other? So the infamous Ethan G was Ethan Goldberg, and he was connected to Joe DeMarco somehow. Unfortunately, Ethan was dead and couldn't give me any answers firsthand. Mr. Lauder told me that Jack met Joe DeMarco at Temple. Did Ethan meet him there also? It sounded like he
Be
introduced him.
quiet.
Streamer streaming game on stream. Streamer, I'm afraid. Streamer, you must pause with stream. Streamer got a raid. Here's a raider leading raiders. Welcome raider, welcome raiders. Are the raiders alligators? Raider, raider, crackle.
Hello. How are you doing? How was your stream tonight? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Purblind Gamer. Oh, and please go check out Asmodon, who streams... Oh, right, you're streaming more of the Long Dark, that survival game. How did that go tonight? I play mostly... like, so, I would say I'm a retro and variety streamer. I play some action, some adventure games, a lot of horror games, and right now we're playing this murder mystery point-and-click adventure, which is pretty interesting, even if I tend to keep getting stuck at it. Oh, I really appreciate the raid, Asmodon. How did your stream go?
Quiet.
We're trying to figure out if these two murders were connected, and we think this man, Joe DeMarco, is the key to it, but he's playing dumb and saying he's not the Joe DeMarco we're looking for, which is ridiculous. Oh, you got into a tough spot and then got out of it, but now you're almost twice as much at risk. Yeah. So, sounds like a pretty tough game. But I guess a lot of those survival games are tough.
I won't forget about it.
Based on my discoveries, Joe DeMarco evidently had a meeting with someone named Ethan. Stuff we already know, but he won't talk to us. Oh wow, even on the easy levels, it's easy to go from doing well to being very close to death. I would probably get frustrated with a game like that.
Evening.
Yeah?
What's your connection with Jack Lauder?
Don't know him.
Sure you do. He wrote you a number of checks.
Whoever he wrote them to, it wasn't me.
Your name is on the checks.
Then it's some other Joe DeMarco. Get out of here.
He'll drop some clue.
What's your beef with Ethan Goldberg?
Never heard of him.
Your name appears in connection with his.
Lots of Ethan Goldbergs. Lots of Joe DeMarcos. Both are common names. You got nothing, so leave me alone.
Ethan was killed just outside of this bar.
Coincidence. You still got nothing.
So long.
Yeah.
No, I won't forget about it.
Excuse me. Hello?
She ignored me. She seemed to be staring into space at something that wasn't there. In another place, another time, I might have stopped to help her. But people like her are a dime a dozen in this city. Wait, did we try and tell Raj about the email? I don't think we did. Oh, sounds great, Asmodon. Yeah, definitely get some food after stream. I really appreciate you bringing your community here.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
We didn't add the email to our notes, so we can't talk to her about it.
Do you know anything about Ethan G meeting up with Joe DeMarco?
I'm afraid not. If they met, I'm sure it had something to do with the business. Ethan was our accountant, and Joe was our primary investor. Although I have no idea what they'd want to talk about.
Zelig said it was something about business too.
I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
No,
Thanks,
I don't think
I
there's anything
guess.
else we can do here. Well, Mr. Fudd will try searching his full name. Oh, but Zelig didn't turn up anything. Amos Zelig moved to New York in 1963 with his wife Carol and his dog Dodger. Since then, he has been one of the most prolific rabbis in the city. His wife and dog are gone now, but Beth Tikva remains one of the strongest centers of the Jewish community. Right. Cantor Josh said, wife's maiden name. Which was, I mean, that could just be telling us what Jack chose, but. see if we can log into Rabbi Zelig's email. Rabbi's Dodger. Ha! It was named after his old dog. Welcome to RavNet. Yeah, just the same thing. You're welcome. Hello, Rabbi Zelig. So you finally joined the 21st century, eh? It's about time. Ha ha ha. Mazel tov, etc. Just wanted to congratulate you on another hair-raising sermon today. Everyone is glued to their seats. See you next Friday. Jeff Kotok. Dear Rabbi Zelig, my name is Jared from the Jewish Weekly. I have heard of your recent philanthropic activities and was wondering if you'd consent to an interview. Feel free to contact me anytime. Jared. And once again, the enigmatic Tomo. Rabbi Zelig, just got back home. Thanks for giving me a tour of your temple. It's interesting to see how things are done in the big city. Your sermon was, as always, awe-inspiring. You are right. Times have changed since Bible times, but people sure haven't. Thank you again, Amos. Be sure to look me up next time you're in our neck of the woods. David Small. Rabbi, I'm a bit concerned about this investor you set Jack up with. Can you tell me what you know about him? So Zelig set Jack up with Joe DeMarco. Yo, Rabbi. Thanks for the kiss ticks. Happy we could be of service. Tim. Rabbi Zelig, I appreciate that you took the time to help us out. We were cash poor and in serious need of help, but I can't help but be concerned. Are you sure this investor is on the up and up? He has money, certainly, but the man gives me serious creeps. We need the money, so I will accept his money for now, but I was hoping you could tell me more about him. Thanks, Jack. Amos, if that Goldberg character has been making waves, you know what to do. Roy from undisclosedmail.com. Hey, that's where Tomo is too. Oh no, he's just undisclosed mail. Not undisclosedmail.com. Common misconception. Got your message. Ethan's been giving me trouble, so that's not a problem. I'll get in touch when I chat with him. Joe. Rabbi, I just wanted to write and tell you how excellent your service was. My friend dragged me on Friday, even though I don't usually do the temple thing. I've already signed up. You've got a new member. I'll be going to your temple from now on. I'm already looking forward to next Friday. See you then. Jennifer Sandman. Is that an actual name? I didn't know that. relation to the Sandman we've seen in previous games on this stream. Thank you, Rabbi Zelig, for the lovely service you performed for my husband Ethan. Your kind words and wonderful anecdotes put everyone at ease, especially me. As you know, Ethan worked very hard for the Jewish community, and to a lesser extent Beth Tikva, and I'm sure he is very happy to know his work was appreciated. Thank you again, Rabbi Zelig. I will see you bright and early Friday night. Alison Goldberg. Rabbi, the police are asking me about Ethan. I told them who he was meeting, but they say it's not important. Not important? How can this not be important? Rabbi, why aren't you doing something? I'm sure he has something to do with this. What have you gotten us mixed up in? Jack. Art Blackwell. Rabbi Zelig, thank you for answering my questions. The article will appear next week. Rosangela. Right. She's working. I can't remember when she left the village. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to figure out if the timeline lined up. Calm down. Ethan is dead. I fear for my life. Your so-called investor is demanding more interest and threatening me and my wife. You tell me to calm down? How could you do this? How could you get us involved with a creep like that? Don't tell me you're not involved. When I think of you looking all holy and pious during Ethan's funeral service, I want to throw up. I can't even tell my wife. I'm so ashamed of myself. To think I was so blinded by greed that I couldn't see beneath the surface. I was better off with Stone. He was pig-headed and arrogant, but at least you knew where you stood. Watch your back, Rabbi. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Don't think this is over. You call yourself a Jew, Jack. You're certainly keeping me busy. I got your message. I'll let you know when it's done. Joe. Rabbi Zelig, I'm not Jewish myself, but Jack was very devout, and I felt I owed it to him to give him a proper Jewish funeral. Thank you so much for your help and for answering all my questions. I'm sure Jack would have appreciated the effort and care you put into the service. I'm going to try to prepare a SHIVAH. You are welcome to come by to pay your respects. Thanks again, Raj Shri Lauder. Was that undisclosed one? Yeah. Just Roy at undisclosed mail. It won't be much help. Who do we talk to first? I guess we'll talk to Raj first. I just noticed one of the candles is burnt a lot shorter than the others.
Mrs. Lauder.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Yes, I know we just spoke. 15 minutes ago, and 15 minutes before that, and about 6 times over the course of the night.
Do you know anything about Ethan G. meeting up with Joe DeMarco?
I'm afraid not. If they met, I'm sure it had something to do with the business. Ethan was out of... Although I have no idea what they'd want to talk about.
You can't combine them now.
I'm going to leave now. I'll see what else I can discover.
Thanks, I guess.
So... we don't have too many places to go.
Stop that.
No, can't combine anything else. Hey, Rush Pirate. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Guys, please go check out Rush Pirate, who streams a lot of different games. Some arcade games, some tactical games, some Star Wars games. Yeah, more retro stream today.
Evening.
Yeah?
Oh, good. Yeah, my pleasure, Rush. Finally, we can tell him that he's full of shit. Including the fact that he knows what a rabbi is because he corresponded with a rabbi. Oh, you play like multiplayer fightcade games. Gotcha. It's pretty good. Got stuck at one point, but it was because I didn't realize that something was a down arrow. Oh, so you have the SHIVAH but haven't played it. We're reasonably far into it. It's a pretty short game.
Your name comes up yet again, Mr. DeMarco. This time in several emails addressed to Rabbi Zelig.
So?
So what's the deal?
It wasn't me. It was another Joe.
Can it? Sing another tune, because I'm sick of the old one. It's enough evidence to book you if I choose to go to the police. So are you gonna tell me what's going on?
Joe DeMarco gave me the once-over. His dull, pale eyes explored my face. He knitted his eyebrows as if doing some internal calculations, and then finally nodded.
Fine. You want to talk? Let's talk. But not here. Follow me.
Have terrible idea. No. Cold-blooded murderer right here, Rabbi. This is a good game, though. I expect good things from Wadjet Eye Gaes, and delivers.
Excuse me.
Nah, looks like he's still no good.
Stop that.
Come on, Rabbi. We'll have more privacy down here. You've pissed off the wrong people, Rabbi. I had no problem with you, but now I gotta kill you.
Shit.
I see. You're an assassin.
I had a feeling you were smart. Your people are in this very, very deep.
Got
My
that picture.
people? You mean the Jews?
A very cozy operation.
Save, save, save. No save. Okay.
What sort of operation was this?
Don't think I'll be doing that. Professional courtesy. Say goodbye.
You think I'll go so easily?
Don't make me laugh, old man.
You are a despicable human being.
Yes.
The knife jetted towards my face, and I swerved desperately to avoid it. I felt it prick my ear.
And getting paid a bundle for it.
You really don't want to do this?
A sharp steel dive bomb toward me like Judgment Day. Instinctively, I flinched. I could hear it tear the fabric of my
Oh,
shirt.
yes, I do.
That money is tainted with immense suffering.
A hot blade swiped across my arm, turning the fabric red. It wasn't a deep cut, but I couldn't afford to receive
Money's
any
money,
others.
no matter where it comes from.
How can you live with yourself?
I've been doing this since I was 12 years old. You get used to it.
How does a 12-year-old commit murder?
Same as anyone. Someone asked me to, so I did.
Wait, maybe the thing to do is take the rabbinical approach and keep asking questions.
Do you do everything people ask you to?
If the price is right.
What happened to you? Why are you so angry?
Stop asking me these stupid questions! I am what I am, alright?
It's holding so far.
Why are you being so defensive?
I am not being defensive.
Ah, gotcha.
Are you hiding from something?
What? No? What the hell are you talking about?
Are you hiding behind that knife?
Well, no!
Care to prove it?
What?
Go on. You don't need the knife? Prove it. Or are you nothing but a nebbish?
You son of a bitch. I don't need a knife to take your sorry ass. Heh. Old man, you're funny. You think your God's going to help you out of this?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. But my 4 years on the B'nai B'rith Yeshiva High School boxing team will even the odds.
What the hell, man?
Perhaps you didn't hear me the first time. Now, do I have your attention?
Let me go, man.
You have two choices. You can answer my questions, or I throw you onto the tracks.
What? You're crazy.
Am I? Train's coming. Make your choice.
Fine. Fine.
Who sent you? Answer!
Zelig.
Zelig?
He's hooked in deep with the mafioso.
Hey,
Did you know that?
welcome in.
He'd find struggling businessmen like your friends Jack and Ethan, and then hook them up with investors.
Investors.
Mafia investors.
He got them involved with the mob?
Yes. He got them in debt so deep they needed a tractor to pull them out. When they refused to pay, I was called in to take care of him.
So you killed Jack Lauder and Ethan Goldberg.
Yes.
I see. Well, one question remains. What should I do with you?
Just let me go.
Well...
Yeah. Maybe this will come back to bite us. The train clattered off into the flickering distance, and Joe DeMarco remained unconscious but alive.
Perhaps you still have some purpose to fill. I've done all I can. I've shown mercy. The rest is up to God.
Hopefully a good person. A good purpose. Mensch. Yeah, but thanks for the word cleric, Hairball. Hey, let me give you a shout out. A cold, sullen quiet radiated from the wooden panels of the door. Call it intuition, call it boldness, call it plain old curiosity. I somehow knew that the door would be unlocked.
Hello? Mrs. Lauder? Rodshri? Hello?
Oh no.
The interior of the apartment was a mess. Chairs were overturned, glasses were broken, and the telltale signs of a struggle were evident. This wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. Should save. And I take responsibility for that. Wait, look. There's a note pinned to the covered mirror.
A note?
Shalom, Rabbi Stone. Evidently, my associate proved unable to complete his task, as he did not contact me at the usual time. I believe we have business to discuss. Do stop on by. An address on the Upper East Side followed.
Zelig.
I could have walked away. I was getting Jack's money. I'd solved the mystery. My conscience was clear. Yet, the angry cries of a dead man screamed in my soul.
Jack, I'm sorry, Jack. As a man, I wished you all the happiness in the world. But as a rabbi, as a religious leader out of duty, I could not accept it. Can you understand? Jack! Jack! Forgive me, Jack. I'm sorry I cast you out. I'm sorry my actions sent you down this path. Get a hold of yourself, Stone. This isn't your doing.
All men have reasons for doing what they do. Some reasons are good, while some others are definitely evil, but most lie somewhere in between. For once, my reasons were crystal clear.
Zelig.
Here Baldur's Gate. Good one, Matt Blood. Oh.
Enter.
He's got Rodshri.
Rabbi Stone, how good of you to come.
You didn't leave me much choice, Rabbi Zelig.
That's not entirely fair. You could have walked away.
I made a commitment.
And you're so good at those, aren't you?
Tell me what you want.
I only want this, Stone. You're going to walk over to the balcony. Take a nice long look at the view. Enjoy it. It costs a bundle. Then, when you've thought carefully about what brought you here. You're going to jump over the edge.
And why would I do this?
How about to save her life?
He looks deranged. Oh, he's got a gun. Yeah, no, I mean, I was thinking that. I could totally take him, and then he pulled a pistol out. Maybe we should stay with the rabbinical responses.
And if I refuse?
I shoot her, then you, and throw you both off the balcony. I'd prefer to avoid complications, but it's the same to me either way.
You think you'll get away with this?
You have no idea what you're messing with, Stone. This goes way beyond you or me.
I don't claim to see what lies beyond. All I see is a man charged with leading his people, but instead leads them to their deaths.
It's not that simple, Stone. It never is. Pull your head out of the clouds and take a look around. This is how the world works. So, are you going to jump? Or is this going to get messy?
I just realized this is... Oh no, maybe not. Dragon joined the fleet? As in... I'm assuming this is some kind of joke, Hairball. Joined the fleet. I see Max emotes. I'm guessing this is some kind of inside joke. He's gone. Oh, Mac has 3 emotes. Because he's not... I guess that's all he can have when he's not affiliated. Good for him. Yeah, a fleet of 3. Like for all I know, that's a technical term. I saved not that long ago. So I saved just before this big fatty plus. But I saved a while before, a little while before we had the thing with Joe. So if we were supposed to kill Joe, I may be in trouble. I braced myself for the impact. I felt a harsh puff of metal whiz past my torso and jam harmlessly into the floor.
My, looks like I missed. How careless of me.
A twist of a smirk revealed it was anything
You might
but.
want to rethink that move in the future.
No, I won't do it.
Very well.
Holy, you shot her!
What? You're surprised? I gave you ample warning. So, are you going to jump? Or am I going to shoot you too? I warn you. I won't make your death as quick as hers.
Well. I'm guessing we're getting a bad ending, but... Good thing I saved. That was... quite a shock.
You vile, murdering lowlife. You can go to...
I really hoped to avoid this. I just had the carpet cleaned too.
I had solved the case, but at the cost of my life. Zelig was a detestable man, but he would go on living. As for me, I can't help but wonder, what if I could go back and do that again? A man like that shouldn't be allowed to walk the streets, let alone run a synagogue. I guess I'll never know. Unless we load a save game. Oh, nice.
Enter. Rabbi Stone.
You didn't leave me.
That you
I
can
tell.
tell you're taken in, then you're...
What? You must be joking.
Do I look like I'm joking, Stone?
You must be if you think I'd kill myself on your say-so.
Oh, really? Not even to save her life?
Well, this one, I remember hearing about it back in the day, because, like, I was, trying out some of the adventure game studios in the early 2000s, like early to mid. And that's where I first found 5 Days a Stranger, which was like the second game I ever streamed. And I remember reading about this one, and it was a retail game, which was pretty unusual back then. Because I think the only other retail AGS game I'd heard of was The Adventures of Fat Man. So I kind of always thought, maybe someday I'll buy it and try it out, I don't know. And then after I played the Blackwell series and saw how good Wadjet Eye Games were, I knew I should definitely try this out.
And if I refuse?
I shoot her, then you, and throw you both off the balcony. I'd prefer to avoid complications, but it's the same to me either way.
You think you'll get away with this?
You have no idea what your methods got.
All I said.
It never this.
I just heard all this.
All right. You win, Zelig. You hold all the cards.
Good boy. He can be taught. Start walking. Now, open the door, Stone. Wait, there's one more thing.
He moved the gun off of me and pointed it straight at Raj Sri Lauder. The genius bitten.
Why do you want to do this, Rabbi Zelig?
Zelig! You son of a...
DeMarco, you idiot! It's not enough you bungle your assignment. You show up here? Did anyone follow you?
I want my money!
You want what you deserve? Fine. What? Are you going to say he didn't deserve it?
I took a quick glance at Rajshri. I couldn't help but think that a close call had been made.
He certainly served his purpose.
Now, move. All this bloodshed sickens me.
Zelig's gonna piss off the mom, killing DeMarco.
Can it, Stone? You're on the edge. Now die with dignity and jump. Well, what are you waiting for?
Just admiring the view.
Yes, it is nice, isn't it?
The gun was too far away from where I was sitting.
Having a change of heart? Well, make up your mind.
The bullet caught me in the left arm. The pain flared like a supernova.
Your bravado is irritating. Now, jump! Nothing you can possibly say will change things, Stone. Well, what are you waiting for? Having a change of heart? Well, make up your mind.
I mean, if I jump, I'll die.
Well,
right?
what are you waiting for?
They say a man's life passes before his eyes at times like these. But all I could see were the high rises of Manhattan, crowding themselves around me like a concrete womb. The harsh, unyielding pavement comes ever closer, and I can't help but wonder, why did I jump? Why did I choose suicide over doing the honorable thing? I guess I'll never know. Yeah, there's gotta be some trick to this.
Enter. Rabbi Stone.
You didn't leave me much.
That's no you. And
Tell me.
I only you're taking your.
And why would I do this?
How about to save her life?
And if I refuse?
I shoot her, then you, and throw you both off the balcony. I'd prefer to avoid complications, but it's the same to me either way.
You think you'll get away with this?
You have no idea what you're messing with, Stone. This goes way beyond.
I don't. All I see, but instead leads them.
It's not that simple. It never is. Pull your head out of the clouds and take a look. This is how. So, are you going to jump?
No, I won't do it.
Very well.
Holy, you shot her!
What?
Why did I think
If
I did that he would give me? No, it won't let me load. Can't remember if you shot her the first time or the second time you do that.
You'll never get away with this.
Stone, you are in no position. This gun? Untraceable. I'll say it's yours. And with your troubled financial situation and your synagogue in tatters, I doubt the police would question your actions too strongly. My, look how careful. You might want to
I froze again. The bullet creased my earlobe and embedded itself in the far wall.
Missed again. Well, they say that third time's the charm. Care to test that theory?
I do.
My, aren't you the brave one? I really hoped to avoid this. I just had the carpet cleaned too.
Yeah, airball. Skip the intro. I'm guessing this is the final one. Can't think. Anything we need from either of these locations. It feels like a climax, yeah.
Enter. Rabbi Stone.
You didn't leave.
That you
I
can
tell me.
you're taking your
You can forget it.
Oh, really? Not even to save her life?
You bargain with a woman's life? You can go to hell.
Tut, Stone, your loyalty to this shiksa is admirable, but I have no love of either of you. I can just as easily shoot her than you and throw you both off the balcony. I'd prefer to avoid complications, but it's the same to me either way.
You think you'll get away with this?
You have no idea what you're messing with, Stone. This goes way beyond you or me.
I don't claim to see what lies beyond. All I see is a man charged with leading his people, but instead leads them to their deaths.
It's not that simple, Stone. It never is. Pull your head out of the clouds and this is so. Are you going to...
All right, you win, Zelig. You hold all the...
Good boy. Start walking. Now, open... Wait, there's one more thing.
Why do you want to do this, Rabbi Zelig?
Zelig! You! You son of a...
DeMarco, you idiot! It's not enough you bungle your assignment. You show up here? Did anyone follow you?
I want my money!
You want what you deserve? Fine. What? Are you going to say he didn't deserve it?
He certainly served his purpose.
Now, move. All this blood
He doesn't look too sickened, for all he says.
Kenneth, stop. You're on the edge. Now, nothing you can possibly say will change things, Stone. Your bravado is irritating. Now, jump!
He's a lot closer now. Jeez. My right shoulder exploded in a fiery furnace of pain. Black dots dotted in front of my vision as I struggled to keep
Your
focused.
capacity for pain is indeed impressive. I'm almost tempted to watch you bleed where you stand. But time is short. Now jump or die.
Yeah, really close, but...
My, aren't you the brave one? I really hoped to avoid this.
Wait. But if I take 2 bullets... Yeah. If he shoots me twice, then I'm so close to him, and then if I climb up on the edge, maybe I could wrench the gun out of his hand. Or chuck him off.
And Rabbi,
You-
that you
I
can
tell
tell you're taking your.
What? You must be joking.
Do I look like I'm
What are
joking,
these
Stone?
options?
You must be if you think I'd kill
choices
myself on
make
your
me
say-so.
difference.
Oh, really? Not even to save her life?
I still won't do it.
Stone, Stone, Stone. Refusing will get you nowhere. Your loyalty to this Shiksa is admirable, but I have no love of either of you. I can just as easily shoot her. I'd prefer to avoid. You have this.
All I said.
It never is. Who this saw?
All right. You wins. You hold.
Good boy. Start walking. Now, open the door. Wait, there's one more thing.
No!
Zelig! You son of a...
DeMarco, you idiot! It's not enough you you show.
I want...
You. What? Are you.
He's...
Now, move all this. Your bravado now. Jump! Your capacity for pain is. I'm almost tempted to watch you bleed, but time is. Now jump. Well, what are you waiting for?
just admiring the view.
Yes, it is nice, isn't it?
It's still too far away.
I...
Can it, Stone? You're on the edge. Now die with dignity and jump.
But now he should be close enough. Zelig was staring right at me. Grabbing his gun would be suicide. Not that leaping to my death wasn't.
Having a change of heart? Well, make up your mind.
Now.
My, aren't you the brave one? I really hoped to avoid this.
If I get him to walk closer to me sooner. Yeah, we're making progress. We're learning all the ways that don't work.
Enter.
I don't know, maybe...
You can
tell me...
I own
Maybe
your
try one more time,
your-
big fatty. I wish I let you save in the middle.
And why would I do...
How to
And if I refuse... all I... But it's...
pull this.
Alright. You win, Zelig. You hold all the cards.
Good boy.
Maybe
He
multiple
can
times in the middle.
start work. Now. Wait. There's one.
Why do you want to do this, Rabbi Zelig?
Zelig! You!
It's not you.
I want...
You. What? Are you going?
He's certain.
Now, move. All this. Kenneth Stone. You're on the edge. Now die with dignity and jump. Nothing you can put. Well, what are you waiting for?
Wait. I have an idea.
Having a change of heart? Well, make up your mind. Your bravado is now. Jump! Your capacity for pain, I'm almost tempted to watch you bleed where you stand. But time is short. Now jump or die.
What happened to all the talk about bloodshed sickening you, Rabbi? No.
Well, what are you waiting for?
He wouldn't let me before because he was staring right at me.
Just admiring the view.
Yes, it is nice, isn't it?
Weak from blood loss, I couldn't keep my hold on the gun. It slid out of my fingers like melting butter.
You momser! You are a nothing! What's this? You think you can knock me out like some common street punk?
He was old, and certainly not as strong as me, but those 2 bullets had taken their toll.
I am Amos Zelig. I've spearheaded the strongest Jewish synagogue in Manhattan for over 30 years. Who are you, little rabbi?
Who do you think I am?
Those tricks won't work with me, Stone. I've been playing that game since you were knee-high to my tuchus. You think you can out-rabbi me?
You call yourself a Jew?
You call yourself a hero?
How can you face God knowing what you've done?
God knows more than anyone how the world works. I'm sure he understands.
Are you happy with this life, Zelig?
Yes. Are you?
Don't you know who I am?
Don't make me laugh. You think you're...
How can you live with yourself?
With power, respect, and money, I manage quite well.
How can anyone respect you?
Power breeds respect, Stone. But you've never had either, have you?
Are there others like you?
More than you can possibly imagine.
Is this how a rabbi acts?
This is how the world acts.
So is the wrong one.
Why don't you just give up?
Why don't you just die?
Is all this worth your soul, Zelig?
I'm not giving up my soul for anything, Stone. Is all this worth your life?
Are you ready to die?
Are you?
You really think you can win this fight?
You think you can shut up?
Last chance. You want to give up?
No. Do you want to die?
You don't fear for your soul, Zelig?
I fear nothing. Do you fear for your life?
It's like it's always the fourth time that I get hit.
How can you be happy with this life?
Do you see this apartment? Do you see this view? Trust me, I am very happy with this life. Can you say the same?
You really think a rabbi acts this way?
I told you, Stone. This is how the world is. Get used to it.
Maybe. Maybe I should ask 3 questions and then punch him.
You really call yourself a Jew?
You really call yourself a hero?
People really respect you after all this?
I already told you, Stone. Power breeds respect. But you wouldn't know what that's like, would you?
Are you ready to meet God, Zelig?
I'll meet God in my own time, Stone. But not yet.
Yeah.
Don't you know who I am?
Don't make me laugh. You think you're special?
I ask again, how can you live with yourself?
I have all the prestige and respect money can buy, Stone. I live quite comfortably.
You really think God will understand your actions?
God knows what is necessary. I'm sure he understands.
Try this counter.
Just how many others are there?
As I said, more than you can possibly imagine.
You really think you can win this fight?
Do you think you can stop talking long enough to throw a punch?
Last chance.
No.
People,
I'll power, but you would.
are you ready?
I'll, but not.
How is it down to 3 now?
Don't you know?
Don't you think?
Last chance.
No.
Oops.
And there you have it. Do you have anything further to say before death, Stone?
Is there anything to say?
A rabbi to the end. Goodbye, Stone.
So you have to ask in a certain order? So it doesn't have to do with so specific questions, not the number of questions you ask before you punch. That's what it seemed like at first.
Enter. Reb,
You didn't.
that you
I
and you
tell me.
you're taking your
And why would?
how to
And if I refuse,
these
I open it.
put this
All right, you wins. You.
good. Start walking.
I have to get back to that same part.
Now, open the door, Stone. Wait, there's one more.
Why do you want to do this?
Zelig! You!
You
I want...
you. What? Are you going?
He certainly.
Now, move.
Yeah,
All this
that
bloodshed
dramatic
sickens.
entrance.
Can it, Stone? You're on the edge. Now. Your bravado now. Your capacity for... I'm almost tempted to watch you, but time is now. Jump. Well, what are you waiting for?
Why won't you let me save?
Just admiring the view.
Yes, it is nice, isn't it? You momser! You are a nothing! What's this? You think you can knock me out like some common street punk? I am Amos Zelig! I've who?
Is this how a rabbi acts?
This is how the world acts.
You call yourself a Jew?
You call yourself a hero?
Is all this worth your soul, Zelig?
I'm not giving up my soul for anything, Stone. Is all this worth your life?
Are you ready to die?
Are you?
You really think a rabbi acts this way?
I told you, Stone. This is how the world is. Get used to it.
You really call yourself a Jew?
You really call yourself a hero?
How can you face God knowing what you've done?
God knows more than anyone how the world works. I'm sure he understands.
Are you ready to meet God, Zelig?
I'll meet God in my own time, Stone, but not yet.
Okay, I think
You really think a rabbi acts this way?
I told you, Stone. This is how the world is. Get used to it.
if he asks questions about God or his faith, then we're able to hit him.
You really call yourself a Jew?
You really call yourself a hero?
Yep.
You really think God will understand your actions?
God knows what is necessary. I'm sure he understands.
That's the Empire State Building in the background.
Are you ready to meet God, Zelig?
I'll meet God in, but not yet.
You really think a rabbi acts this way?
I told you, this is how. Get used.
You really call yourself a Jew?
You really call yourself a
He
hero?
hit me with his stone.
You really think God...
God, I'm sure he...
Are you ready to meet God, Zelig?
I'll meet God in my own time, Stone, but not yet.
Almost got him to the edge.
Zelig, it's over. What do you have to say for yourself?
Mazel tov, Rabbi Stone. I applaud you. To have come this far, you certainly are resourceful.
Just what are you saying, Zelig?
I do remember Jack Lauder. Very well. He came into my office 8 years ago, looking to get married. It seemed that this Zionist, pig-headed rabbi was against it. Oh, the things he said about you. Imagine my surprise when you showed up in my office.
Yeah, I bet you were shocked, all right.
I've done some checking up on you. In all these years, you've never learned to make concessions.
Concessions? Concessions? The Jewish people are slowly becoming extinct. For thousands of years, we've struggled to keep our place on this planet, and you talk of concessions. As a rabbi, I do everything I can to help. And if that means refusing to conduct an interfaith marriage, then so be it. I can still look at myself in the mirror and call myself a rabbi. What are you, Zelig? You're nothing but a common criminal who consorts with gangsters and assassins.
We all have our place in the big machine, Stone. And you're just a tiny squeaky wheel. Now be a good cog and just let me go. I know you don't have the guts to throw me over.
Yeah, I figured it out, Big Fatty. We've got a witness. Rodri was still bound and gagged. Her eyes shined with relief. I quickly untied
So,
her.
it's over?
It's over, Mrs. Lauder.
Thank
We'll
you.
leave Rabbi Zelig for the police.
You're hurt. You're bleeding all over.
It'll be okay, Mrs. Lauder.
Okay. You were shot.
It's all right. Let's just get out of here.
Well, all right, if you say so. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine, Mrs. Lauder.
Call me Raj, please. After all this, I think you deserve it. But we're going to the hospital and no argument.
Probably good.
Sure.
Ubermensch. I think that's the good ending.
Atzai melech shemo nikra.
The weeks sped by. Oh, true, the hospital have to report gunshot wounds. But under the circumstances, I think there's going to be ample proof. Like, yeah, she's a witness. Zell will have powder burns, and when the gun is found, like, down on the street, it'll have his fingerprints. Jack's bestowal arrived in the mail, and I was able to appease all my debts. Thanks to an anonymous tip, the police picked up Amos Zelig before he regained consciousness. He even tried to tell them that I attacked him, but thankfully, Rajshri testified on my behalf. Back to the grind. Another week, another Shabbos. Has anything changed for me? Not really.
Thank you, Cantor Kaplan.
Debts still piled up, but they won't be a problem as long as Jack's money holds. After all, it's best not to think about it.
Is it only in the aftermath of pain that we are justified in questioning God's fairness? Just how much pain must occur to legitimately raise the question, why do bad things happen to good people? Just how much pain?
Then it hit me.
God might not seem fair. We may not always feel connected to him. That is, we may feel lonely, and often do. Yet the underlying reality of our lives is that we are always connected, whether we feel it or not, whether we accept it or deny it. The connection is there. And since we are connected, we are responsible. Battling for goodness is how we give our lives meaning. Maybe there are no answers. Ultimately, we may never find that elusive truth. Yet ultimately, we may find something else. Meaning, significance, and fulfillment. If so, that may be enough.
Dear God, I hope that's enough. Gonna do a curtain call? Yeah. Credits at least. Oh, that's a fun game. You know, the final confrontation was, not easy, but you could figure it out after a while. Ben Chandler. Yeah, I would guess you get a bad ending if you throw him off the roof. Sonneveld. Nick Sonneveld. You guys don't think that's our friend Sonneveld, do you? Yeah, Abe Goldfarb. That was him. That would be wild. Oh, hey, and Dave Gilbert played the cantor. Aw. Come Son of Eld's online tonight and we can raid him and be like, was that you, Son of Eld? Was that you? Oh, yay. And we get to binge bloopers like in the first couple Blackwell games.
My name is Rabbi Stone. It's been a while. But here I am. I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's okay. It's no great shakes as they go. Thumping the old Torah. That's right, rocking the mezuzah. Rocking the mezuzah. That's what I like. That's how I roll.
Yeah, it's not a common name, you're right.
Good night to you, Rabbi Zelig.
Good night to you, Rabbi Stone.
No, good night to you. Okay. Okay.
I told you I'd be back. Rabbi Stone, come with me if you want to live. I've been sent back from the future by your son to protect you from Joe DeMarco. Or get to the chopper.
Durkin never came back in the end.
You vile, murdering lowlife. You can go to...
All right, yeah. Little growling, never heard.
Stone smash!
Rabbi mad.
Okay.
Huh. Oh, there's my phone. Excuse me a second, Rabbi. This'll only take a minute.
I don't know who you are or where you think you get off, but I think you'd better leave before I do something we'll both regret.
Rabbi.
I'm done talking.
I'm done talking. Clear on out of town.
Exactly. This show ain't big enough for the both of us.
Let me do that one more time.
Tough guy thing is fun.
Okay,
Right.
just do it one more time.
Yeah.
It was good. Just
Yeah.
I think the laughter might have.
Okay.
All right. Let's try.
I thought his name was Durkin, not Sturgis. Or is it a different detective?
Right, Sturgis here.
Yeah, Detective Sturgis.
Oh, his. Holy crap! You're right.
Okay.
Oh my God. You're
That's
right.
fine.
I don't know where I got that
So
from.
Durkin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good call.
All right.
Who is Detective
Okay.
Sturgis?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Detective Sturgis.
Say Durkin. Sorry.
Stop! All right, sorry. All right. No, I just pointed it out. All right.
This temple's in pretty sad shape, isn't it, Rabbi? Her shape. Hello.
You think you'll get away with this?
Okay, can you try it like it's a real question?
Okay.
Like, do you think you'll get
Okay.
away with this?
You got it. You got it. You think you'll get away with this?
You have no idea what you're messing with, Stone. You have no idea what you're messing with, Stone. My God.
Streamer, streaming, game on stream.
Serious.
And this raid.
It's a
Streamer,
really
game on
huge
stream,
plot,
stream,
and
stream,
it's
got
just-
a raid. Here's a raider leading raiders. Welcome, raider. Welcome, raiders. Are the raiders alligators? Raider, crackle. Oh, Atari Beer Pong. Welcome in. How are you doing? You guys, please go check out Atari Beer Pong, who streams, been streaming a lot of Star Wars games in particular, and some Atari games. And hey, Dame Karen, welcome in. Thank you so much for the subscription. 26 months. Wow, that's so nice of you. It has been over 2 years. Wow. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Purblind Gamer. I'm a legally blind retro and variety streamer who plays a mixture of action and adventure and a lot of horror games. And yeah, today we're playing this old murder mystery adventure game. The first game by Wadjet Eye Gaes, actually. And it's been fun. We actually just finished the game, And now we're listening to all the voice actors' bloopers to wrap up. It's a fun game. On the short side. Sometimes you get stuck if you don't know what arrows look like, but I recommend it. You finished KOTOR. Oh, you're playing Police Quest 2 on the Atari ST. Wow. I didn't remember Police Quest was old enough to got an Atari ST release. Off your original discs. That's so cool. It's fun when you get to play games off the original discs. Yeah, I think that happens a couple times. Yeah, 'cause I know I stream late. I do sometimes finish games. But how are you enjoying Police Quest 2? I really do appreciate it. That's so nice of you. It's great to have all you guys here. This is definitely a fun game with well-written dialogue and some humor. And now the bloopers are giving us even more humor. Police Quest 2 is good. Oh, but it's very slow. And is it really difficult? 'Cause I remember Police Quest 1 had the reputation for being exceedingly difficult, didn't it? Yeah, this is...
Just beyond comprehension.
You just can't believe
Okay.
It's so above you. It's so high.
You think you'll
restart
get
that
away
one.
with this?
Okay, can you try it like it's a real question?
Okay.
Like, you think you'll get
Okay,
away with this?
you got it. You got it. You think you'll get away with this?
You have no idea what you're messing with them. You have no idea what you're messing with them. My God, you have no idea what you're messing
Serious. It's a really huge plot, and
Oh my
it's just
God.
beyond comprehension.
with. You just can't believe
Okay.
it. It's so above you. It's so high.
So serious.
It's so high. It's like my eyeliner.
I'm for totally serial right now.
Totally. All right, let's
Okay.
shake it out.
Let's do it again. Shake it out. Okay.
All right.
Oh. So it was really... Police Quest 2 is a lot of fun, but you were never able to finish the first one because it was so hard.
Only that I'll see you in hell.
Do it one more time.
See, I'll never get to do these in movies because I'm not this guy. But
and for those of you who've played the Wadjet Eye Games' more famous Blackwell series, the voice actor who plays Joey Malone is the same one who stars in this game, which is cool, seeing him in a different role. Oops.
This temple is in pretty bad shape, isn't it, Rabbi? A little more raspy. Okay, I've been smoking cigarettes for 45 years. I'm unknowingly suffering from a tumor in my lung. And I gotta interview rabbis. This isn't a good day. Not a good day at all.
It's too late for that, Rabbi. Way too late. What do you want? I'm in the islands now. Way too late, Rabbi. What do you want? Ganja? That happens. That happens. It's horrible.
Yeah, exactly, David Karen. The legendary wisecracking ghost. Everybody loves Joey. I mean, he's kind of awful, but in the best way possible.
After all this, I think you deserve it. But we're going to the hospital, and no argument.
Sure, I think that's it.
Sure. I'll go to the hospital with you, baby. Any day. You and a bird, baby.
Yeah, I agree. They're amazing. And it's a fun way to end, like, after finishing the game. And you get to think back because you remember, like, you've seen all the lines in their real context.
Nothing like a great old cup of coffee to keep you awake at night. Waiting for Santa Claus here in my mouse hole.
What?
You're gonna say oi, if I do it more. I am a shiksa, but I am not blonde.
You should never marry the goyim. I told that Jack you should never marry that crazy shiksa.
You cannot get more shiksa than an Indian.
This is the truth.
Shiksik.
Shiksa.
Yeah, very shiksik. All right.
The chic shiksa. That'll be the sequel.
It does. Well, interesting. We'll have to let him know that we saw his work.
Dave, this is a masterpiece. Fabulous. I love it.
She's seducing him. No, sorry. Rabbi Stone. Are you really made of stone? Let's find out.
Oh my god.
Don't get sick. Let's not get sick. I'm sorry. It was the Dirty Dozen. I wish I had done the show and gotten it out of my system, but I didn't.
I got to go to the Quickie Mart. I'm going to go down there and get a nice old cup of coffee.
Did they mention coffee in the game? I'm completely forgetting that.
There is a time and a place, Rabbi, and this is not it. That is Irish. Hearts, moons, stars, clovers. It's because I'm saying... This is a hard one. Hold on.
Stars, moons, clovers. That's not the order. Oh God, we had to learn that for Rocky Horror.
Oh, breathing out on my thing.
But during it, you're like, I don't believe this. Like, it was just a lot of, breath, and that just sounds weird.
I'll tell you what that is, though. Because if you've just been, just as a sign of voiceover, this is a voiceover inner side.
Okay.
When you do voiceovers, you breathe a lot. You're supposed to breathe a lot. But when you act, you're not supposed to breathe a lot. So it's like the first 10, 15 minutes is like, oh, I remember I'm supposed to breathe a lot now.
Breathe, okay.
You got to breathe in between each line, really. That's sort of a secret thing you do to get energy. But
Okay.
so no problem. I will not breathe out on that.
Don't breathe. Just, you can get back.
I've done it. Yeah, I've done it.
Oh, that's fun. See, are there any other extras? A Goy came up to Rabbi Moshe and asked, "Why do rabbis always answer with a question?" To which Rabbi Moshe replied, "Why not?" Yeah, I think that's everything. I wonder what kibitz mode is. They don't tell you how to get the ones you've locked. Interesting, I wonder. The original had achievements, or they just added them for the kosher edition, like remaster? That's the SHIVAH kosher edition. Yeah. Which is a fun game. Oh yeah, like the introductory music does ramp up after a little bit. I mean, yeah, it was short. It was a budget title. If I remember correctly, it was originally just $5. And it was originally released for digital distribution, and then they sold it on CD for a limited time for people who still wanted physical media back in, was it 04? 05? Something like that. Now I can't remember. It was right around that time period. And that's neat that it's, in the same universe as the Blackwell games. I'd have to read up on how much of that was in the original game and how much of that he added in the remake or remaster. Because it would be wild if he had already planned to put the main character from the Stories of Eternity into this. Yeah, that is a pretty good mystery. I didn't anticipate some of that happening. Yeah, I guess that's one way you know a game's good, is if it's, you wish it was longer when it was done. It's like, oh yeah, that could have. It's good enough characters and premise and everything that it could have been a longer plot. I'm glad I finally played it, and maybe I'll check out some of Wadjet Eye Games' later games at some point. I definitely intend to. Time is it? Oh dear, it's almost 2 a.m. Yeah. Remember when I said, oh yeah, the Let's Plays of this game are like an hour and 10 minutes, so I bet it'll take me 2 hours. Conceivably even 2.5. I consistently overestimate my gaming skills. Fun times, though. I think. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up and raid somebody. Have a good night, Atari Beer Pong. Thank you so much for the raid. But, to give you guys an idea of what's coming up, on Saturday, we'll have Short Horror Saturday again, and we'll play a couple of short horror games. Thanks. You as well, Big Fatty. Yeah, or twice. You never know. And then Sunday, I think the tentative plan is to play a couple more games that I got for free in giveaways over the years, but I just play a couple and play through the entire games. Arcadey games with some semblance of plot. And that's right, because it's the last weekend in October, or in August. And that's probably what we'll do Sunday. And then Wednesday we'll continue Doom 3. But you're getting pretty far into the game. And then after that it'll be September, and I'll be doing Cinematic Platformer September this year. Again. So I gotta figure out 2 more Cinematic Platformer games to play. Yeah, and I don't know what they'll be yet. I'll figure it out. Shoot. Someone was telling me last year that there was a good one on PS3 that was a cinematic platformer. Now I can't remember what it was. And one of my roommates has a PS3 and might let me borrow it. Yeah. Or first one could play it on an emulator if one had the original disc. Plenty of options. Yeah, and then at some point I'll start doing bonus streams again where I'm reading a book, and we'll start Benighted, which is the horror novel by J.B. Priestley. And we'll see if it's as good as the film adaptation from the 30s, which I liked a lot. Old Dark House is what it was called. think that's about everything coming up. I will figure out a new community challenge to put up sometime. So we just completed the old one, or had the reward for the old one, like weekend before last. Yeah, so always fun things in the future. Now let's see who is still online. Is Sonneveld online? We certainly hope so. Ah, blast, he's not streaming tonight. Let's see. Could raid. I think there are a couple people raids too. Oh, is anyone else playing the SHIVAH? Let's see. No, just me. Stealthy Golem's playing Blasphemous too. Aren't that many people I know online tonight, surprisingly. Here. We'll raid Mr. STJ. He's playing Power Blade 2 for the Nintendo. I'm not familiar with that one. There are many Nintendo games I'm not familiar with. And, oh hey, Techie Rob. Welcome in, my pleasure. And you guys, please go check out Techie Rob, who streams a lot of retro games and old console games and has been playing through Ultimate Doom recently. There we go. And oh yeah, my pleasure. Oh, it's not a great game. Thank you, Dame Karen. Oh, no worries. I appreciate the lurk, Techie Rob. But hey, thank you guys all for being here. Whether you're chatting or lurking, I appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for all the raids tonight. And I think and the follow and for the resubs and everything. The stream brought to you by Sprecher Cream Soda, forged in fire. How? We're not sure. And just a reminder, you can follow me on Twitter and MySpace, where I post polls and stream announcements and random things. And you can find VODs of my past streams on YouTube. Yeah, Fire Brewed Craft Soda. With a griffin. That's how you know it's cool, because it has a griffin on it. Thank you guys for coming to enjoy the SHIVAH with me. Have a good night. Oh shoot, say hi to Mr. STJ, and I'll see you guys here on Saturday.